All right, C1x Road to launch day 27, I believe. It has been a much better day than yesterday was. Mentioned in the video, but yesterday I spent about 8 hours troubleshooting a versioning issue in the app that put everything I was doing to a halt. Couldn't even get the app to run on the simulator. There was some versioning disagreement between what my minimum deployment was, specifically on iOS, and what my target needed to be, what my target needed to be for the Firebase implementation for our backend database. But I think we're good now. One thing I'm going to check immediately, just because I'm worried about it, is if I'm going to encounter a similar issue on Android. I hope the answer is no. So I'm just going to try and run the app on Android real quick. I've got some stuff I can do while that's loading. I did fix the issue with the round display and sharing and different sizings affecting the courses with more than 18 holes, which was an issue we discovered yesterday. I'll go over that fix once I get back to the iOS simulator. But for right now, we're just going to roll this on Android. Yesterday, we got the database working. We have our round scored variable. Today I started diving into some additional ideas for variables that I wanted to track through Firebase, in addition to doing a little research with ChatGPT on what I would need to do to be compliant in terms of data tracking, privacy policy, etc. I have a privacy policy for all my apps. I always have, but they're always extremely basic and simple because I'm never pulling any data from the app. Throw with the pros, and C1x currently have, well, C1x before I just implemented this round scored thing had zero ability to pull a single piece of information from the user. One of the things I was getting were the standard things that Apple and Google already give you, which tell you how many downloads you have, how many crashes for people that are willing to report it, which thankfully for the new Throw with the Pros and C1x have always been 0, which is great news. C1x is right now going to crash for anybody who has more than 18 holes in the app, so I apologize for that, but we fixed that. It'll be in the new one. But yeah, trying to update my privacy policy for the data that I'm currently tracking, which is it's still going to be so minimal. I'm not pulling any information that's going to be able to tie anything to a specific user. It's going to be round scored, courses added, whole scoring information. I'm not even going to look at the course, the location the round was played at. Not yet, at least. Even if I do add those things, they still won't be tied to a user. It'll be looking just like this. So still a fairly minimal privacy policy. But I had my privacy policies tied to my old website. This year I built my own personal website, which is this. And I've now added, it's not, you cannot navigate to it from the, from my website intentionally, but I've got a privacy policy now on C1x on this website, kind of still slowly weaning away from what my old website was. This one I think is a little bit nicer, and I coded it, so it's simpler and I have more control. I was using Wix previously, and Wix wasn't bad, but their website editing was an absolute pain, so incredibly slow for whatever reason. Hard to customize things because it was so slow, just annoying. So I coded my own. We have the privacy policy here. I was rolling through some of the required steps with ChatGPT. So the first thing I'm going to do is in the app. I probably need to do this on App Store Connect as well. Maybe on the Google Play Store. But in my URL file, I have a button that links to the privacy policy. That's typically something that Apple requires, even if you don't need a privacy policy. But I'm going to update this to be, yeah, my computer's going to be a little slow while it's trying to load the app on Android, understandably. So I spent a little time today building up this markdown file, getting it added to my website. We now have the full URL, and I can link to that appropriately within the app. So that's saved. Let's go. Let me drag this over here for a second, just so I'm not logging in on video. Holy cow. It's crazy how much, it didn't seem like the iOS simulator was doing it earlier, but trying to load the app on the Android simulator right now seems to be taking just about everything my laptop's got. I am plugged in, yeah. Not on battery power. Alright, go here. Start trying to do this on Google Play as well. Yeah, no app issues today. We've got some stuff to work. I've got some ideas for what we're going to do in the video today. As far as feature changes, exciting stuff. I don't know if I have to do anything on Google at the moment. I think it might be related to when I eventually publish my app, but I don't think Google's requiring it right now. Apple is doing something. I don't know. Here we go. I don't know if I've actually built out any part of my C1x page yet. Maybe under app information. Still nothing about a privacy policy. It's linked in the app, so I guess maybe that's good to go. Support URL, marketing URL, copyrights, versions, app review information. Yeah, okay, not needed. Well, new privacy policy is updated in the app at least. So I've got that. While this is loading, keep going through some of these other items. So app privacy selection, app tracking, you're required to declare. Data safety section. You're required to declare what data your app collects, even if the data is must disclose it. App privacy questionnaire. Okay, maybe I'm going back here. Maybe I'm going back. Where is... I'm not sure where the where those items are. So on Apple it was the app privacy questionnaire. Oh, there is an app privacy. Here we go. Alright, so this is where the privacy policy URL goes. I think I can probably do this on screen. Let's go make sure I actually have this copied here. Privacy choices. No privacy choices because I'm not linking it to users. Get started here. I collect data from the app. Next. Must be disclosed. Alright, so I'm selecting the info that select all the data that you or your third-party partners collect from this app. Okay, and I have no third-party partners. I'm not collecting any of those. Not collecting those. Not collecting those. Not collecting locations. Not collecting these. No. Not collecting photos. No user-generated content. No IDs. No purchases. Other usage data. App launches, taps, clicks. Not tracking performance data. No environment scanning. I think just those two. I think that was roughly ChatGPT's recommendation as well. App interaction, usage data. I will be tracking app, not quite app launches. That's not app installs. Product interaction. Does product in this point mean my app, like interaction with my app? I think that's technically true. I'll leave that as safe. Product interaction. Indicate how product being used by me. Not used for third-party advertising, not used for that. Used for analytics. Not used for app functionality. Literally just analytics. That's the only thing. Not linked to a user's identity. Tracking is linking data collected from your app about a particular end user or device. User ID, device ID, or profile with third-party data. I'm not doing tracking. Correct. I cannot identify the end user or the device with it. Next. No, I do not. Save. Other usage data. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that everything I'm doing probably falls under product interaction, but this is probably a better safe than sorry moment. Link to the user's identity. Not linked to the user's identity. No, I did not use it for tracking purposes. Do I just go ahead and hit publish? Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm probably good on Apple there. It seems like that's all I really need to go for. Submit that privacy information. We'll see if they have any questions about it in the review. But I mean, the code is pretty straightforward. It's fairly obvious, I think, to see that I'm only collecting a tally. There's no auth, no user authorization, there's no user IDs. I don't even ask for their name in the app. There's no, not only do I not ask for it, there's no way for them to enter it. So I think I'm good here. I think it looks like the app is finally working. In-app review, deprecated API, that's fine. All right, privacy policy. This is true. All true. All right, so I think I'm done with Apple. On Google, I can tell my computer's starting to move faster now that the Android is up and running. Apple App Store or Google Play. Data safety section. Is there a data safety section here? App integrity, maybe? Store presence. None of this. Deep. I don't think deep links is. App content. Policy status. So that might be something I need to ask Google about, but I think I'm good with Apple. In-app privacy link I have. That's what I just updated. I don't have, or I don't see the data safety form on the Play console. Where is that at? All right, did it work? Yes. Android is a little slow at the moment, but it seems like it worked. No crashing, which is great. Maybe it's worth just verifying that that my tally worked there, or is working on Android. Excuse me. So let me go back to this. Give me the button. I'll tap it to check value. Why is it saying 0? Did I reset things? Is that something I did? Does it? That's a question. Go to policy. App content. Data safety. Okay, so I think maybe I want to update the privacy policy here. Save. Not now. Privacy policy is saved. Declaration. That one's good. No advertising, no health, government. I think it's just data safety is that I want to update. Next. Requested user. Does this say I'm collecting data? Okay, yes, I collect. Collected by your app, encrypted. Yes, by Firebase. My app does not allow users to create an account. No. No, I don't allow that. Yeah, it says not applicable, but app activity, app interactions, web browsing, app info and performance. No. Next. Analytics. Data collected, just app interaction, show details, analytics. is encrypted in transit. All right, those two I will go ahead and just send those for review. That's fine. Okay, so I think now I'm good on Apple and Google for privacy policy. So now, if I come hop over here, let's go new chat and close these things out. All right, let me go to my management file. This is my full file for Firebase logging management and C1x. Yes or no, if this makes sense. Didn't ask for a why. All right. I had a handful of logged rounds in the Apple simulator and verified this by printing the output. When I opened the app for the first time on the Android simulator, first time since implementing Firebase, it says the total is 0. When I print it out on the display. Oh, is it actually separate? How does that work? They're listed under the same project. Definitely both under the same project. Definitely downloaded from the same project. Definitely both initialized. Alright, let's go log around then, I guess. That now says 1. If I go to the database, it's still just the one collection. Did I erase them at some point? Or huh. Maybe I reset them? I'm not sure. Let's stop here. Let me quit the Android simulator. And I don't think I've tested this at all on the SE, so I can go see if That's still quit. Doesn't want to quit just yet. There we go. Alright, get the iPhone simulator up and running. Try it on this. So now it should say 1. Should, right? Should. Oh, shoot. Wrong one. There we go. I logged the round on Android, and the total now shows 1. Still only 1 collection. Certain that the values will not be reset every time a new user downloads the app and initial and initializes those shards. Okay, that's not what I want to have happen then. Oh, well. Doesn't seem to work. So, running it on the iPhone SE should erase them all again. And then what I need to do is, after initializing, I need to remove this call. Come on. I feel like I asked ChatGPT this question in the video yesterday and was told that no, it won't override it. Interesting. So I'm supposed to call this like once in the simulator, or once on a physical device or whatever, and then not necessarily delete the code, but comment it out or something just to make sure that it never runs again. Because every time it does, it resets all of my counters. I could have swore I asked the question yesterday. What I might do is run the initialization once in a simulator for all of my shardments, and then, is that what I was calling it? Is that what they're called? Shardments? Shard. Just shards. And then comment out the entire block code, unless I'm resetting them to remove test stats. There's no point in any user's app ever having the initialization, right? So this finally worked. So now if I come here, where did my, well, why does that one say 0 or say 1? Because did I already initialize it on this? Okay. Okay. I think I understand. We're going to stop it, close out this simulator. Now I'm just onto the 16 Pro. We'll run it again. That's also already been initialized, so it should still show as well the total rounds run as being as 1. But I have to make sure let's just add to this. Keep commented out. So I need to initialize Firebase in the app, but this has to go away. Just comment it out. Okay. All right, little diversion here at the start. We got the privacy policy stuff updated, so I can we can go check that off. We'll give it one more test on the 16 Pro, make sure that it still shows 1. Excuse me. Coffee's not working. It still has me a little bit nervous. I'm just worried that something's going to happen and I'm going to be tracking, you know, how many rounds are scored in C1x, and all of a sudden it's just going to get reset. That shouldn't be the case, but my goal is to have the scored value never be reset. I want C1x to always track the number of rounds scored by all users on all devices, and to always display an updated total if I call the total function. Are you confident that my code do this as long as I don't initialize from my app? To initialize Firebase in the app, though. Correct? Alright, what is this? Okay. So now if I hit this, 1 round scored. Okay, so calling it on Android reset it because I hadn't tested the Firebase initialization on Android. It reinitialized all the shards and that wipes it clean. So I still have this code. I'll add a comment here too. Do not call this ever unless trying to reset all values. And here I might just we're just gonna do this. Keep everything commented out. Now there's no way to initialize them. And then when I add, because eventually the goal is going to be to add some new shards to track additional data from the app, I'll want to initialize all of those. Once I have them initialized, we're done. And then I could even just call the initialization for other values. Only used to reset shards. And then I'll comment this out as well. So it should be fairly straightforward, I think. I think I understand how that works now. So, things we fixed. Going back, this was my round with 19 holes. We no longer have the bug fix. And we now have the swiping function working. I could have demonstrated this on a smaller screen, but I was testing this earlier. I realized that regardless of screen size, I was typically rendering just this whole score summary to be basically the exact same same size. Font size wasn't really changing much. So I was able to wrap them in a consistent size box of a identical height here, and then keep that within the page view builder. 222 on the dot is the height of that widget. Screen size not affecting that. So this will work. We can go to the 35 hole round, and same thing. Shows all the holes. If it's 18 holes or less, then no swipe, and looks pretty similar. So yeah, that's I do wonder, can I, probably a dangerous change to make here. No, just fine. Just put a little bit of spacing around the summary there. So I have it on this view as well. Might as well have it on both. Okay, so I fixed that issue. I already checked it off my list, but that was good. Same thing with the share function. That's now addressed as well. That one was really just adding this line. The share function was not breaking, but drastically overflowing for courses that were more than 18 holes. Excuse me. I was trying to show this page view builder in it as well. So that now only works if for sharing. And if it is for sharing, and so if this evaluates to true, but it is for sharing, then it's going to default to our normal call down here. And then I added this check-in to make sure that the value is never more than 2. Basically just saying that in checkup, I set up above to equal the 9 number of rows. So if, let's say, on the 35 hole course, 9 number of rows is going to be set equal to 4. It's just the number of rows of 9 holes that we have. Disk space is almost full. I can tell it is, because now my screen capture is phrasing again. Let's, this isn't going to help too much, but it's going to help a little bit, I guess. We can go delete the video from yesterday as well. Let's close that out. Disk space is still almost full. Man, I'm trying here. See if I need to delete something else. It's still kicking out that message. What just took up so much space? Come on, I've got some room here. There is a this handy tool for Xcode. Lots of derived data. Clean that up. Alright, we've got some more space now. My screen capture is frozen again. But I'll keep an eye on it. I think we should be good now. Hopefully. Where was I? But yeah, so even if check the 9 number of rows, so which is equal to this check value, even if it's equal to 4, meaning that there's 4 rows for the 35 holes, just because 9 holes to a row, if it's equal to 0, it's going to evaluate to 1. Otherwise, it's always going to be equal to 2. Making sure that it's only ever 1 or 2 rows when I'm doing that share function. So, and that is tested as well. So I think we're fixed there. Now, we've got a backend. What I'm going to do next is we're going to start to update. I got some disc golf in earlier today, and then had some ideas related to tasks we have remaining before launch. One of them was related to our Firebase backend, just what other values I want to track and set up in the app. So we're going to do set up shard 4. I'm just going to copy this. And new things I wanted to count for in the app. App downloads, course additions. We'll just do courses added. Holes played, hole score frequencies. I think that was all I had at the moment. Is there, and then test all shards and ensure they are working on Firebase and that I can check their totals. Okay. Now, oh, and then the last item I had, it seems like the way for me to do this is to log them with Firebase, run that get total function just on the simulator, just like I'm doing currently when I tap this button here that gives me the little total down below. And then I think I'm just going to do, on a weekly basis, go save the values into a spreadsheet and just track there for analytics. So for tracking all shard counters on a weekly basis, add as a task for C1x. Okay. So I think that's going to be the starting point for the values I want to track in the app. Quick scan, is there anything else I want to do? I don't necessarily want to track all of this data yet. Maybe I'll think twice about it. Is there a reason not to? We can just ask, let's say I were to set up 50 different collections in Firebase. What issues might that cause me? I can do that. Will not be doing this. Updates. One doc per stat. Your suggestion on global stats seems problematic if I'm saving a number of stats from each round a user submits, and I have multiple users submitting around at the same time. Yeah. What I figured, okay. Other question I had, something that I just noticed when I logged on here, is I have a ton of reads. 955. Firebase is telling me that I had 955 document reads in one day. I'm the only one using Firebase in the app currently and was just messing with it during testing. I logged maybe 10 rounds total. Why so many reads? Ah. I see. So get total is what's screwing me. write to one shard randomly, does that count as a read? Does it count as hundreds of writes? Because I have. Does it count as 100 writes? It's showing that I have 650 writes as well. Definitely did not do that. Huh. I have constantly been checking the increments. And my get total has never returned a value higher than 3. I've written via increment no more than 6 or 7 times. I have 650 writes. Each time initialize shards runs, it executes. Okay, it must be related to that then. It's got to be related to the initialization. How many reads and writes can I have for free? Per day I get that many. Okay. So document writes, and it gets very cheap beyond that anyways. So if I'm get total on 10 collections, I'm gonna hit, I could try to find just the slowest day in C1x and do my get total logging on those days, if that's how many I get per day. Okay. I think I have all my questions answered then. So we're gonna go back here, sticking with this. This is exactly how I want to do it. Other items was I was thinking about how I want to change where is it at? I'm looking at my watch here. I was taking notes as I was scrolling around on C1x earlier today. So those are going to be my Firebase notes. More clear how the user progresses. Small visual showing where they're throwing from. Yeah. So had some ideas on how this is going to work. Did I have a separate task on? Yes, I did. Okay. So this is going to be on my layout. All right. T and have a graphic of a T-pad next to it. I had an idea and then I had a better idea later, so I'll adjust these, but I'm just gonna get them all written down at the moment. Where you make black and white graphics for every button label. If lie is after a penalty, it should have a penalty graphic in addition to the throwing from graphic. swap locations of hole count and course name. Actually, throwing from should be from, the user is standing, followed by the location label such as T or fairway, and penalty graphic if needed. So this is going to be when we're actually in the middle of a round. I had some ideas on just how to improve the appearance and intuitiveness of scoring rounds on this screen. So that's what I'm writing down right now. Next to that should be throws with a counter of dots directly to the right. Okay. Throwing should be changed. Throwing from should be a person icon indicating where the user is standing. So thinking about how to change this, I'm going to replace the fort and hole 118. I'm going to swap those. Also noticing that I still have the old font here. I never updated these. So we'll do that. Update all fonts on the round scorecard view. And graphic with a T-pad next to it. Okay. So we're getting rid of this one. I'll throw this at the bottom in case it is needed. Okay. Easy enough. So I think this is the list of ideas I'm going to work on for how to improve this view. And then on the on an improved design for these buttons. Is my mouse there? Yeah, we're good. All right. So C1 and C2 should be a color, should not move. That should also pass to the putting dialogues and penalty dialogue. Penalty button should be just a little bit more red. Putting buttons could be blue. Okay. Throw in to be colored like putting, but a bit more purple. Throw in and penalty should always be at the bottom. C1 and C2 should always be at the top. Verify that score keeping still works. Alright, different colors should not move. Pass new button designs to dialogues. There. And then we're going to get rid of these two. Alright, so this is how I'm going to think about adjusting these buttons a little bit. Make this view a little bit more fun. It is one of the more bland views in the app currently. So we'll get that updated. So that was my idea for those buttons. And then I had the idea that when you're on this screen, tapping on this score could pull up just a little brief scorecard of how your round is going, just holes 1 through 18. Hole number, par, and score. Just, I think sometimes, in addition to this part being confusing, you kind of, like I'm on hole 6, that's my score. Am I sure? Let me go back and see what my scores were on the previous holes, and I think a little scorecard would help that. So I'm going to throw that under priority task right now. Tapping on score on the round scorecard view should pull up a simple hole scoring summary of the round at its current point. Okay. In terms of importance, I'm probably going to just throw that here. I don't think that's going to take too long. That's probably a simple view that ChatGPT can go ahead and get 80% of the way on in 1 or 2 goes. All right, so had those ideas while walking around. We got those logged. Let's go and shrink these back down so I can view the whole priority list. So I was expecting this back-end thing to take quite a bit longer, and I think we're pretty much good there. I need to add in the other collections for the other things I want to track, but it is really close. So now I think we're just going to start working our way down. I don't think I had anything else here. We've got our collection. I'll keep that open. I'm going to close ChatGPT just to improve my computer performance a little bit. And if I need to open it up, and I'm sure I will at some point, then we'll do that. So first item, comment on round deletion that it won't delete if it is just the example round. So if I go delete the rounds, and we're just at example round, C1x is built in a way that the app will never be without a round or a course, just because I want there to always be something to look at. Ideally, people aren't deleting their rounds every time they score them. That's kind of the point of the all-time stats, and if you're doing that, then you're probably not someone who wants to use the app anyways, which is fine. But there's always going to be this example round. If I try to delete it, we still have it. Example round never goes away. It goes away once you score your first round in the app. And the same thing with the course list. So the course list starts out with the Fort Golds added for every user. Most famous course in Utah, where the Holy Shot was at, 2021 World Championships. If I were to delete all of these courses and delete the Fort Golds, it would still exist, just like the example round would. It does not go away. If we go to our course management down to delete a course, and actually, this is a bug on my end. Not a bug. It would work just fine. It just isn't defaulting to the Fort at the moment. So let's go to, we'll fix this first. This is a good find. In Throw with the Pros, which is where I copied this code from, if you delete the course, this is the course that gets filled in. I need this to be obviously the Fort Golds instead of this test course. Which is probably, there's a lot of things that I'm doing in C1x that I wish I had just done with Throw with the Pros the first time through, but I'm not an app developer by trade, and definitely lessons learned every single day. So we've setting the pars here, distances, and this is basically just me saying that if the course length is greater than 1, meaning there's more than one course, then we're just going to do a normal delete. If it's not greater than 1, meaning that there is one course and you're trying to delete it, then we're going to default to the Fort here. Let's go grab the whole averages. so. This should have the new difficulty. I should go ahead and update this. Did I... So let me delete here. On the rounds list, did I reset that difficulty? Round grade. Course difficulty 2.0. I did. It was a scale of 1 to 5, right? So let's just make the Fort Golds is 4.5. Definitely not like a Northwoods Black, but it is tough. Probably a little soft for the Pro Tour in its current state, but a solid course nonetheless. Yeah. 4.5. All right. So new course difficulty, and then I also need to update that here. 4.5. Okay, let's do a reset and just I guess try and verify that I'm not breaking anything here. I don't think so. Still showing as expert. Shouldn't have changed anything there regardless, but okay, so back to the original point here. Let's call this default course, just so it's a little bit more clear. Do I need to add anything here? I was also creating this little list for publishing updates, just because there's a few things I need to make sure I'm defaulting, resetting on each update. But back to 6, so bug fixes for displaying rounds, implemented Firebase back into the app, ongoing, improvements to round and course deletion functions. True. And so what I want to have happen is just if you go to this round, you try to delete it, permanently delete this round. I just want to add a little note here that says something like, this is the default round, you can't delete it. Maybe just don't even let them delete it. That's probably better. On the round display view, delete round, show dialog. I think the way I want to do this is by checking the ID, because I have this absurd round ID on my round loading. I think I have the same thing. Round loading. Yeah, so I add the same test round here. Does this all match what I had previously? I think so. New round grades is in there. Example round, example course. I think we're good. Yeah, so I can check if the ID matches this. Because what is this? This is hundreds, thousands. This is 9 billion rounds. If a user manages to score basically their 10 billionth round in the app, then the app runs into issues. But as long as no one does that, and no one will, we're good. So on the display view, I can check the ID. So what I can do is maybe I can go bool is example. No, I can't do this on the button, sorry. We gotta go down here. Bool is example round equals, and what is round ID on display? Round ID on display equals here. True, false. I want to check this first. So let's go up to round up here. This is fine. Print round ID on display. Let me just reset that so I can, yeah, I just want to verify that that is the right value I'm going to pull here. It seems to be. Okay, so that's the value I want to check. Oh. All right, and then down here, I've got my is example round. If the round ID on display is equal to that, which it will be if it's the example round, we're true, if not false. And then here we can go if is example round, comma, and then how do I want to say this? Example round will be deleted when you score your first round in the app. And then here we go else, and then throw this text box down here. All right, and then actions, we've got cancel, delete. Here I'll go if is example round, else, comma. I'm going to grab this. We're going to go dismiss. It's still going to pop the context. And otherwise, we're going to show delete or cancel, which will go here. I do have one error. Invalid constant value. Oh, this. Yeah, okay. That is not a problem. Const. Okay. Let's do a reset there, give that a check. So now the goal is that if I hit delete round, it just says I can't. I'll leave the code in my delete round function just because it's not hurting anything, good thing to have. But it now shouldn't be possible. Yeah, dismiss. Cool. Now if I go score a round, we'll do the full test here. Finish a round, we go here. Go back. Delete round, back to the example round. If I hit delete, dismiss. Beautiful. All right, so round is good. Now on to courses, my courses. I need to make sure I have the same thing here. Personal list, I set the course ID equal to be 0. On course loading, I default it to be 0. Maybe it should be a much higher value. I might do the same thing here. Course loading. What about when a course is added? I don't really want to go changing a bunch of things. On add a course, add course to personal list, which is here, course location. Course location is equal to that. I don't let them set course locations right now. Yeah. Not showing it either. That's okay. Next course ID 1. And then do I not update it? Next course ID key. Do I do it from the add course view? Hopefully. Add course to personal list. New course name controller. Where is... Do I really never update the IDs? What if I... Let's go to the course list. Let's print the round IDs value. Or course IDs, excuse me. I'm not even using it. Course IDs. Watch. Print course IDs. Give me a reload there. That's what I thought. Okay, never mind. I'm breaking it anyways. Okay. Well, I think I can make this easy then. On the add a course list. Nope, not that one. Add course. I do need to update that ID key. Default stat get int. We're gonna go void update course ID key. Int value async. Next course ID key. Yeah. All right. Defaults to 0. And then we're going to go update course ID key, new course ID +1. All right, so I'm going to get the value. We're going to update it +1. Defaulting it to 0. So now oh, hold on. Where do I new course ID? I just set it to be new course ID. Next course ID key. I've added all these courses at a variety of times though. It's still giving me that. I wonder why it was getting set to 1. Do I set it to be equal to 1? Course loading. Load course information, course ID. Okay, going off the rails a little bit here. So now I am going to update it. I want my round ID, this extreme value, to be the same one I use for my course ID. Course loading needs to reflect this. Load course information. Nothing here, but on deleting a course, I do need to read it. My test course is going to be this. Default course. Good. Good. Nowhere else I need the default course. And I am now updating the values. So I think that should be all values fixed. It's probably worth it here to go and do a quick reset. Let's delete some of this stuff that I don't need. Let's go to the main file. Let me, just for one refresh, we're going to delete and reset the personal course list. So now my courses should be just the fort. Good. Let me delete it and just make sure that we're still working. I think we are. So this is with my updated value, the 9 billion number. Let's add a course. Testing 6, we'll call it. Just make it 6 holes. Throw a par 4 in there. Nice and easy. Confirm. And then let's do one more final check here. Final course IDs equals print. Perfect. 999 and 1. Let's go delete the fort. Confirm. We're just at testing 6. We're just at 1. Delete again. We're at 999. Delete it one more time. I'm at 999. Start a round. I think we're good. Okay. So now that I have my course ID fix, how the heck was the course deletion working? That's course pressed. I need course IDs actually. It's equal to course IDs provider. And we're doing course names. Course. On pressed, course pressed. Where is course pressed? Course pressed set here. What am I missing? Where's it at? Oh, here we go. Course press is equal to course. Okay, so I should be able to use this here. So on my course view, if they click on the example course, if they hit delete, confirm delete equals true. Left button is equal to that, so I've got a left button and a right button set. Course dialog. Yeah. Maybe I just add a text above this under the course info dialog. Let's go final bool is delete pressed. And then let's go final int course ID. This dot is delete pressed equals false. This dot course ID is equal to 0. So I don't have to pass it. But if I do, we're going to throw a text in here. And it's going to be a sure, whatever. If widget dot is delete pressed. No, I don't need that. Do I just need the value? Yes. And course ID is equal to, let's just go pull that value. What did I just do? Comma. Give me this. Copy and paste this down here. And then how do I want to save this? You must add your first course app to delete this one. Maybe. Let's give it a try. Let's reset. So now I'm just trying to show, oh, that's not going to work yet. Courses. We're going to go is delete pressed is confirm delete, comma, course ID, course IDs, course pressed. Let's give it another reset there. All right, so onto my courses. I think that's okay. It can still show the delete button. It's at least saying that, you know, that it's not gonna delete it. 5, maybe. Maybe 10. But if they add a course, testing 6, confirm. I think that message is still fine. It probably shouldn't be, though, actually. What am I? total par count, left button, right button. This dot number of courses is equal to 2, we'll say. Final int number of courses. And then here I'll only show this message if the number of courses and number of courses is less than 2. And then here I can pass number of courses is equal to course names dot length. So now that I have 2 courses in the app, that should not show at all. Yep. We're still good here. But if I delete this one and we're down to this, I get this message. Perfect. Okay, I think we're good there. Comment on round deletion that it won't delete if it's just the example round. Same thing on course deletion. I think those are both good. Course deletion, we got the little message. It pops up at the bottom. Round deletion, we have this. The example round will be deleted when you score your first round in the app. Instead of in the app, let's make that say C1x. Round display. This first round in C1x. Okay. And then the courses one, course info dialog. You must add your first course into C1x to delete this one. Maybe before you can delete this one. I think that's probably a little bit more clear. Automatically deleted. Automatically. Good. Okay. Calling that item good. Let me pause one quick moment here. Oh. All right. All right, so next item on the list, if there are more than 18 holes, which we can go add a course to test this out, testing 19. Confirm what I want. Just trying to mix in some other colors there. Is to give some kind of indication here that they can swipe. How should I do that? The target looks pretty weird when there's C1 putting, C2 putting, and no C1x putting. That's kind of goofy. Kind of low on space. I don't really want to show it above or below. How to make it clear that they can swipe. Can I... This is going to be on my round infographic view. Build whole score summary. So I'm going to need this open and round display as well. So I've got to change something one way or another on round display. I need a value that says bool multiple pages. So I've got the value there. I can pass it here. This one is true, comma. Down here is false. So we're always going to set that to false if we're using the share function or if there's not more than 2 rows. If there are more than 2 rows and it's not the share function, then we can pass true. I can do just reset this to make sure that that's not going to break anything. It shouldn't. Haven't really changed anything yet, but now how to change this view. I could show just a real small arrow. For each, this is all within a row. And then maybe outside of this column, I could do a if multiple pages and I guess how do I call that? Set of 9. Start row is equal to page index times 2. Am I passing start row? No. It's equal, I'm passing set of 9 though. So set of 9 I can say, I guess what we can do here to test it is I can just do a print statement, print set of 9. Set of 9, 0, 1, and so then if I scroll, is it 2? Yes. Okay. So let's get rid of this. If multiple pages is true and set of 9 is less than 2, then code for a simple Flutter icon, arrow pointing to the right, like. Let's try 15. Let's just see what that does. Breaks everything. By, that's doing it on every hole. Yes, I see. So that needs to go, right now I have it inside of the for loop. We need it outside of the for loop. By 1.1 pixels on the right. Way too small. Else if multiple and set of 9 is greater than or equal to 2. And so that should give me the arrow. This would need to go then, comma, up here above the for loop. So now I have really tiny arrows. Too small though, but I don't, there's not like a better way to do that, right? Because if I make them bigger, I overflow. 15. 15 gets me a little bit of an overflow. Is 15 even a big enough icon? Not really. Let's see if ChatGPT's got any ideas. Trying to indicate to a user that they can scroll on a page view. I'm currently trying with the below code, but I don't have room on the right or left to show an additional arrow. Get an overflow. Any ideas on how I could convey this? I don't know if like page layout has something. And a fade at the how do I do that? I don't want to adjust height. At the edges of my container. My scrollable widget. So I guess this is where I call the widget. Is that where the shader mask would go? Just outside my page view builder, wrapping the whole thing. Wrapping sized box. Okay, I can try it certainly. Wrap with the widget, and that becomes this. With this below it. I don't know. We can try it. Does that actually convey sliding? I don't know that it does. stops. I guess what if I just put it on one side? Is that? Does not work. Is there a way to show this mask only on one side? Ah, okay. So maybe this works better. Number of rows is greater than 1. And it is for sharing. I do kind of like that. I feel like that is a little bit better. And then I guess how do I... Now, is there a way to do this where the right side is faded on the first page and the left side is faded on the second page? Okay. I can do that. Do I have it in its state? I don't think so. I'll avoid changing too much here. Do I need that? I guess, can I not just do it based off of page index? The whole could I just wrap the column in a shader mask instead and use the page index. Get out of here. Let's try that. Evidently my copy did not work. Okay. Yeah. What was that? 0.5 is what I was going for? Yeah. Pretty good. Let's go test a 36 hole just to make sure. Testing 36. Make sure this still looks good. Confirm. We'll just do a bunch of throw-ins here. Yeah, that's fine. Finish round. A little bit of fade in there. That's what I was worried about. Oh, I do still have the arrow though. So hold on, let's go. Get rid of this. Yeah, there we go. It's still maybe just a little bit too much. It feels much more, I guess I probably just only changed it on one side though, didn't I? Definitely did. Okay, I was like, it feels like it's stronger on the left, but it definitely is stronger on the left. Yeah. Should it be a little bit stronger? Like 0.3? Importantly, I'm not doing this on the share side, so this fade will not appear for people trying to use this function. It's just it overlaps the score a little bit more than I want it to. Let's try 0.4. I think that's a little bit better. Am I just gonna end up back at 0.5? Maybe. I'll roll with 0.5 there. Yeah, you can come in. Alright, we're back. I think I'm going to roll with this fade. It is a nice bonus. I wonder if a color other than black looks good. I do something like that if that's just goofy looking. Doesn't really. Page index equals 0. It didn't really fade at all. Am I going to need to do a reset? I might need to do a reset there. Or I may just not look any different. It's saying it doesn't. What if I do like that? Something that doesn't blend in as well. Nothing else is. What's going on here? Colors dot red. What do I have to do to get it brighter? But if I do this, it doesn't matter. Okay. Maybe it's still slightly too much. I don't know. I want it to be visible. I don't want it to distract from someone taking a screenshot either, but that's probably pretty good. Let's roll with 0.6, and I'm going to call it good there. And that's going to be our indication. Added fade to round summary with more than 18 holes to indicate that it is scrollable. Okay. Maybe now we jump to this. So let's go, I guess first, let's close this out. Let's go open up the round scorecard view. Give me just, let's create a testing 6. Throw in a par 4 there if I need it. Confirm. Alright, let's go start a round. Alright, so making some changes onto this screen. So throwing from, first thing we're going to do is try and update this label up here. Let's go open up my round scorecard file. Throwing from, here we go. So as long as round isn't over, we're going to show this. I need a native Flutter icon to indicate a location. Trying to throw this icon next to something like T or fairway to indicate where the user's disk is currently lying. I'm thinking a person to indicate where the user is standing. Give me some options that you think would accomplish my goal. Person pin circle. Is there one that was just made for me here? Maybe. Where do I have a good icon? Not really on this. I can go up to the button designs, I guess. I can go grab it from here. Box shadow icon right there. Copy that. And then let's go back to the round scorecard view. So I'm going to try to comment this out. Not going to get rid of it. Don't want to create any unnecessary issues if I don't have to. Round is over. So same structure here, only showing it if the round has not been completed yet. Add our comma there. And then we're going to throw the icon here. This one needs to be, I'm going to try this. Person, pin, circle, size. What size are the buttons? Like 25? I don't remember. Top size times 0.6. Doesn't help me. We're gonna try 20. Const. All right, so we got the icon, person icon indicating where the user is standing, followed by the location label and a penalty graphic if needed. So then we're going to have, yeah, width is fine, text is fine. The text is going to be us copying this value, the update throwing from. I need the, oh, it's going to say I don't need that at all, which is understandable. Okay. So we've got the person, we've got where they're throwing from, and then I need a if penalty needs to be shown. How do I do that? Anytime the penalty is shown, so we're going to tap penalty, click fairway, throwing 3 from fairway. There's a really easy way I can do this. Var does penalty graphic need to be shown? False. And then, I guess where was I just at here? Am I throwing from? I can just search for it. My search. Primary button. So every time this happens, we're going to go does penalty graphic needs to be shown is equal to false. Original shots, user hole scores, temp ID, widget binding. If round is, or no, this is not where this needs to be. Wrong button. Not a primary button. Else, row, scorecard button. Here we go. So set state. We're going to do does penalty graphic need to be shown? And then I think immediately I'm going to go if throwing options is equal to penalty, I immediately set it equal to true. So the goal here is that every time penalty is hit, so right now it's always going to default to false. I hit this, it's set to false, but then this should evaluate to true. This is in a dialog, so I'm not going to set anything here. Whatever. There's now going to be a penalty graphic shown. The next time a button is hit, it's immediately set to false again. So I think that should be a nice little way to do this. And then stat graphics, I have penalty. I would like to show it. So I need a little image. I suppose that my whole breakdown card is probably a good spot to do that from. build penalty cell. Text. Build. Hold on. Where's my build label? Here we go. Icon though. Am I not somewhere? Where do I show that penalty graphic? I'm actually not showing it at all. Those are all icons. Here I'm showing something. Par cell, whole number cell, whole number, whole color, penalty, icon cell. This image is what I need. And we're gonna go const sized box, width 5. I'm going to throw this image here on my scoring options. Somewhere I've got stat graphics somewhere. All stats management, individual stat graphics. That's not it. Not under app management, not under course management. Stat keeping, no, not that. Round display whole graphics, yes, here we go. Round display graphics, round display graphics. Dot penalty graphic. That might work. I'm going to try and make it the same size here. And this needs to be a if penalty graphic need to be shown. Add our comma there, copy and paste this in here. Yeah. All right, let's give it a reset. See if I'm onto something there. Looks like I might be getting a little overflow error of sorts. What error was I getting there? Bad state, no element. Is this something new? Hopefully not, right? So right now I am showing all of these. Refactor this into a row. And then all of these need to be next to each other. I have them in a column currently, so they all need to be added here. Update that. Okay. I want it to be, because I wanted a throwing from. So this is going to be spaced evenly. Is there a way to just group widgets together? i.e., so if I do a main axis alignment dot space evenly, they are grouped. Just a row. Okay, that's what I was going to do. I didn't know if there was like a group widget that would allow it. Doesn't sound like there is. But so I'm going to then wrap this in another row. It's not going to let me do that easily. Wrap with a row. This all goes inside of it. Right here. Okay, and then we're going to have another row. Like so. All right, so that's my penalty graphic. This can be bigger. Definitely learning that. Let's go 30. 30 and 30. Update throwing from. I was at 25 there. So that should be fine. I wonder, is there an outline for this? I don't know if that's going to look any different. Worth giving a try. So I kind of have that. And then should have a penalty graphic in addition to the throwing. Yeah, so that's a duplicate of that. I think I have it in now. And then throws with a counter of dots directly to the right. So I need a function that I need a widget to fit cleanly within a row, which will display a number of dots based on values, based on a value passed to it. It should display up to 5 dots in a row, and if passed a value larger, should make 2 rows. How do I want to handle more than 10? Is there a way to break it? If more than 10 shots are logged, it should just show it should convert to just displaying a number. Yeah. Let's just try giving that a copy. Shot dots. I like the name. I do like the name. Just shot dots count. Okay. So let's copy this text. We're going to say throws. I'm going to throw a space in there. And then here we're going to go shot dots. And then the count is going to be throwing count. Why can't I do that? Undefined name. It's defined right there. Huh? Throwing count. Oh, there's silly. There we go. All right, that's a lot of changes. So we're just going to do a big reset here and hope that, just first try we've created something beautiful. Absolutely not the case, but I can get my hopes up for a moment, right? Mm-hmm. All right, so they need to be black dots. Black. Dot size 8. and maybe just a little bit more of a spacer there. 2 more. Okay, the number was what I wanted to see. All the way back down again. All right, text, color, dot color. Black is good. We're removing this container. No container. Count to string. Dot color. Font size is going to be 25. And font family Lolita. Yeah. Lovely. Undo. Cool. I wonder, is there a cooler way to... Where is dots here? Text color. If count is less than 5, return a row. Build dot. Oh, here we go. Container dot size. Circle. Is there any... I wonder, can we... This might be a bit of a stretch, but I was thinking maybe just adding a ring would look more like a disc. Does that look better or worse? I feel like it's a little bit worse maybe. If I go a little bit bigger, am I breaking something? I think that's okay. It's probably not quite enough of a... I don't know if there's a good way to make that look like a disc. At that point, I might as well just make them all black, right? Get rid of the border. I could add a rim to the dots. We'll give it one last try here just to see if this is something. Colors, vivid, sunset red, sure. Probably a little silly, right? Just go with black for now. Is that intuitive? Can I call this intuitive? Why did that just do that? Why did that not default? Gosh, dang it. I thought I fixed the undo button. Did I undo something that I didn't mean to, or? I thought I fixed the undo button. It should be going all the way back to the distance there. If I do it on the first hole, is it working? Is that the only thing I tested? It's only working on the first hole. So I print shot data 1. After I remove one. Hole. Dang it. Now I gotta troubleshoot this. Undo last shot. Current hole. Shot data. Where's that print at? Hole shot. This is when the button's pressed. So I show the button press. Okay. So that's the button press. I add to it, current hole, actual hole, and then we end up down here, last index is equal to 0. If current hole is not equal to 1, then I do not show shot data 1. If shot data last tagged and last input was putt distance equals true, it deletes. Okay. But let's say I do this in the basket, and then I do this, and then I undo. It does not work again. Last input was putt distance is equal to false. So I print last index is equal to 1. Current hole is not equal to 1, so this all runs. If hole completed options contains last, so that does not run. So if shot data, where do I print shot data 3? Down here. So shot data at that point contains C1 and the distance. So if all labels, no, if shot data 1, which is that, length is greater than 1, which it is, and putt distance options contains, how do I do this up here? Or no, it's just this. Length is greater than 1, so it's working there. If putt distance options contains shot data last index last, which it does at that point. Very confused. I think it's probably an obvious issue, but at least what I'm initially doing makes me think that it should be working. Let's confirm the erase. Get back to 0 again. Alright, so da-da-da, in the basket, that's fine. Alright, now undo. I'm back to C1. Alright. Last index is equal to 1. Shot data 0 is equal to this. So this is what I'm starting with. If current hole is not equal to 1, and it's not, because if it was, shot data 1 would be running. So this evaluates to false. So we're running this. If all labels putt distance options, does putt distance options not contain parked? No, it does. It contains parked. Okay. If it contains shot data last index dot last, what is last index here? Last index is 1. Shot data last index, which is 1 last. What the heck? Print all labels dot putt distance options. Print last index test. Last index. Print shot data test. Shot data. Because the output is telling me that this is equaling false. If it was equaling true, then this block would run. I would get to remove the last item again, which would remove that C1, and we would be back to the fairway. So it would be working if I can get last input was putt distance to be true here, which is why I'm focusing on this block of code. Let's do an erase, restart one more time. Undo. All right. It's not running. Duh. This is evaluating to true. This is not. So this is where my issue is. I was looking in the right spot the first time. If current hole is not equal to 1, this is the part that's working. This is the part that's not. If shot data last index 1 dot length is greater than 1, which it is, and putt options contains shot data last index, element at shot data last index, length minus 2. So that's an issue. Does it need to run as an else to this statement? I'm clearing the last index at that point. So should that be a -1? More bug fixes with the undo button. I only tested it on hole 1 last time. That was stupid of me. Undo to the T. undo that one. Just so I just broke this. Somehow I broke that. I'm kind of thinking that this needs to be an else. Because I don't think I end up improving anything. I think I end up breaking things if it's a whole completed option. Still broken. But before, when I had this, that was working fine. It is. Last input was putt distance and evaluates to true if current hole is not equal to 1. I lower the last index by 1. So maybe of our last index adjustment is equal to last index. Or no, that just needs to be a -1. Var length adjustment for input putt distance is equal to 2. Minus length adjustment. And if that happens, then length adjustment is equal to 1. Let's give that a try. Definitely is slightly convoluted. I just did that backwards. It was working with 2. So that needs to be 1. That needs to be 2. I think it should not affect hole 1. So if I undo here, we're back at the T. If I undo here, I'm at the T. Okay. Undo here, I'm at the T of hole 2. Okay, I mean, I think I've fixed it. Undo to the T, and then undo, we're back at hole 1. Okay. I think that's fixed. What was I doing before that? Messing around with these graphics. I don't know. Is that better? I don't necessarily dislike the throws thing. That is a nice little tracker. Oh, and then here, new lie after penalty, C1. In the basket, it resets. Yeah. I do think that looks good. Yeah. Let's see if I'm able to break anything here with the undo. Doesn't look like it. Looks like we're working. Should probably have a simpler, like maybe undo should just go back to the previous hole or something. I should notice it pretty quick. We'll leave it as that for now. Maybe if I get some feedback on that, I'll change it. But I do like the penalty graphic. I don't know. Let's see if, I guess first off, can I get away with making the icon a little bit bigger? Like, is 40 way too much? Oh. It did just go away. Why did it go away? Let's just reset. That was strange. Definitely doesn't need to be that big. This was what I wanted to see if I could make bigger. I wonder what other icons it'll give me here. My location. No. Location on is, I think, just the pin. Don't love that one. Person. This is probably going to be closer to what I originally had in mind. Not quite. I wanted like a person standing. Not good. Near me. That's probably not going to be good either. Any icons of like a person standing? Accessibility. A little goofy. Let's see what the new one looks like. Personal injury. Yeah, I don't like that. And then what was the other one I had? The person pin circle. What is a person pin? Maybe that's better. Icons, person, circle, outlined. Keep those as 2 options, I think. Probably need to test this on a smaller phone too and make sure that it is working. I wonder, can I throw in a container and give me a decoration, box decoration. Pretty much exactly what I had in mind there. And I am sure that making this smaller affects that spacing, yeah. Is the border just confusing? I'm thinking maybe. Kind of just wanted to add the border because I don't like how these aren't lining up. Like, they're not coded to line up. They're doing what they're supposed to, but I don't necessarily love it. Like, maybe I put these in a box. Maybe instead of doing that, I just wrap these in a container. Wrap the par and score separately. Decoration, box decoration. Colors dot transparent. The same thing here, wrap with a container, copy this, there, factor, container, copy. Like so. Definitely want some padding there. Padding. Good Lord, stop doing that. All. So I assume that if I'm getting some overflow there, certainly I'm going to get it on the smaller screen. I wonder if I can make these space between. It's going to push them up against the sides. Can I do just a little bit of padding? Symmetric. And then those are shown underneath it. Just looks goofy. That gives them no spacing in between. Maybe it looks better if they're shown in the center though. So I remove this. And then I could just wrap this in a padding. Edges. Symmetric, horizontal 4.0. Factor. Padding. And then refactor padding. Copy paste. Give me a little bit of spacing in between them. Maybe I even go more than that. That may not be bad. I probably should decrease that icon size a little bit. And go back down to 30. Should help with the spacing a bit too. Does this look good? So I'm putting a border around this. That does cause some overflow for me. Okay. Let's remove that. One thing I know I want to do is I want to swap the whole number and the course name. So up here, course selected. That instead needs to be this, comma, and that needs to be here. Maybe I could show par next to the hole, and maybe that makes all of this look a little bit better. I probably need to make sure my overflow is consistent up here though. Yeah. Got an overflow there. Hole 2 of 6. Par 3 score. Maybe I wrap it in a row and we show that next to the number of holes. Factor row. And that on its own shouldn't change anything other than moving it. Oh, but I am trying to show distance with it too. That's, yeah. That is, oh, edit, redo, yeah. Let's put it back in the center. Now we got course name at the top, hole number as our main header, which is good, I think. Swap those. I've got the counter of dots. I'm not going to show additional labels here. I could. Throws with a counter of dots directly to the right. I do have that implemented. So we can check that off. Technically I did these, I just don't know if I love it. I'm pretty confident that I don't love it, actually. I could create little graphics to show next to rough, but that's kind of just another fun feature that doesn't really make me feel better about the layout. And if this is probably really what I should be testing on. Bedrock Creek Blues is a par 54. Is it really? The Blues is all par. Okay. Interesting, that's fine. Hadn't realized that. Of course, nearby where I grew up. Just wanted to see what the distances look like here as well. I mean, that could fit next to the hole. It definitely could. Thinking here. Alright, bear with me. Gonna do a number of changes here, just see if it's worth considering. I guess worth considering. I'm doing it, so we're gonna find out. Center. Okay, let's just do that reset. I see. And I think I like the direction this is going in. I'm just not sure of where I want to put that score. Because if I just remove the score entirely right now, I think the view looks better. So I don't know what, maybe it's gonna shift it to the right. Just feel like that's stupid looking. Now that the alignment is like this weird funnel thing and nothing actually lines up. Should it be on the right? Would it look better on the right? I wonder if I just move it over here. I need some spacing. I don't think I can put it with the hole here. So if the round is not over, let me grab this padding. Let's copy it, and then we're gonna delete it from here, and we're gonna delete this one. So I'm removing the score temporarily. We'll do a reset there, make sure that it's gone. This is still centered. It is not. I need to remove that row. Refactor, remove this widget. Now it's centered. All right, and then on the pars, I do else. I throw that here. And then this here. We update that. I should have it on both sides now. Oh, and then I make it the it's centered. We do space between. So wondering then if I do this. How do we feel about that? Trying to see what this was going to look like at max width. I want to change all the font styles. I know that. Not font family. Lolita. Can copy and paste that everywhere. Here. Here. Return hole count already is where the course name is at. Can do it there. Let's see which ones I'm missing. fairway and throws and score. Return hole count. Par. Text current score. Par. Text current score. Lolita. Lolita. No bold. Okay. If I give the score some type of background, does that make it look any better? Maybe. Different color, but maybe I'm going in the right direction there. Style presets. Round display, page background, hole colors. Add course colors. Let's go with class round scorecard colors, extends, change, notifier, and I'm going to need this for the next thing I'm going to do too, which I might get to tonight. We will see. Static, so the first item is static var, score total background color, app theme colors dot, what do I want? What do I want? Maybe a medium sunset blush. Try it. Round scorecard colors dot that. Do a reset. See if I can sneak a peek here. Kind of. Similar. Something that stands out a little bit. I could do just like a solid white. That could be interesting. App theme colors dot off-white soft. No reset there. Maybe. I wonder if I remove the background then from the pars. Let's copy here, paste here. If I make that like a gray, static var whole par background color, map theme colors dot graphite lightest full par background color. Round scorecard colors. Maybe? Graphite. I was already at whitest. So we can try like graphite near white, see how different that looks from the score total. Too close. Alright. Graphite lightest it is. Make it back a little bit darker. I don't think I hate it. Wondering if that should go just like in the center. Or in between them. Maybe in between them. So I grab this and throw it here. And then I grab this and we replace this here to flip those. I think that's better. Be nice to maybe add a colon next to that. I wonder if this is stupid looking. No, maybe not. Okay, I do need to go update that. So that's what the container needs to look like here. Yeah, perfect. And then if we go penalty, rough.
Did I make it more confusing? Is this better?
I'm not 100% sure. Button colors, scorecard colors. Sunset red. ChatGPT. Below is a set of colors I'm using for buttons in a view and C1x. I need, so I guess I was messing around with the layout. Right now I'm suggesting that I move on from that and go to button colors. I think I'm going to call this good. I'm going to leave, all fonts are updated. All fonts are updated. I'm going to leave the task here just so I can have Michaela take a look at it, and she'll be pretty good at telling me what looks bad and what doesn't. But moving on to button colors now. Which I think I am going to do. So I need a little bit more red, blue, and then a bit more purple. A similar set of colors. Because what here I have mid and dark is what I'm using. It is red, refined, mid and a dark. Mid and dark for each. Dark is base, mid is button top. Similar sets of colors, which will work well with these. One needs to be a bit more red, one needs to be blue, and one needs to be similar to the blue, but with shades of purple. All right, and then let me go actually copy those colors again, because I think I messed up my copy. Sunset red refined. That's, yeah. Ooh. All right, I can try these. We can try them. I guess these can stay within my button colors. I don't necessarily need a new one for this. All right, so button colors, scorecard, static var, scorecard, putting, base color equals scorecard putting top color, scorecard penalty base color, scorecard penalty top color, scorecard throw in base color, scorecard throw in top color. All right, app theme colors dot ocean. This is base. And then this one becomes mid. And then the other one I had was twilight purple. or no, throw in app theme colors dot twilight, refine dark, app theme colors dot twilight, refine mid. No, I need a new set that is a bit more red than what I already have. Okay. Oh, I'll go back up to here. We've got our reds. Crimson is what we're rolling with on this. App theme colors crimson. Find red dark. App theme colors crimson. Find red mid. Okay. I have colors. So now can't decide whether I want the glasses on or off. We have to change the primary button colors. So, not primary button there. Scorecard button. Label. I'm already passing the label. So within the scorecard button on my button design, let's throw this on here to make sure that I'm not going to lose the file. All right, scorecard button state. Label is an argument that is being passed. So, base color. We're going to go final. Base color is equal to that. Final top color is equal to that. And I need to go use this here. Base color. Color, this would be top color. Border should be fine. Scorecard label color can stay the same. All right. And the reason for doing that is now I'm going to go if widget.label is equal to all labels. Where's my scoring options here? It's called all labels. All labels dot C1, or no, we'll do scoring options, putting locations. If all labels dot putting locations contains widget dot label, because I think that's how I am displaying them. Should be. Base, yes. Exactly. Var. Scorecard putting base color, scorecard putting top color. Else, if all labels widget dot label is equal to all labels dot penalty. Yep, and else if widget dot label is equal to all labels dot throw in. Thank you. Reset. Do I have a make smaller? I do. I have a for dialog. Okay. That might work. Whoa. wonder if specifically for this screen, I make these buttons a different color. Because I think it looks better if they are. Icon needs to be thin. For round scorecard. That's equal to false. Bar base color is equal to button colors dot base color. Bar top color is equal to button colors dot top color. And label color or icon color, right? I just made it black. Okay. Our icon color is equal to colors dot black. If widget is 4 round scorecard, then this is going to become static var scorecard icon base color colors. I think I kind of want to roll with this. Is equal to colors dot black static var scorecard icon top color is equal to this, and static var scorecard icon color is equal to that. Button designs. Now I just need to go use these. So I get rid of this. This goes to top color. And this goes to icon color. All right, so I haven't updated the call yet. But let's just do a reset. So this view should look exactly the same when we reload it. We updated the design. I just have not updated the argument being passed. And so now on our round scorecard, we go up to where those icons are at, which is these icon primary buttons. I update the indent as needed. And then here we add for round scorecard true. I do the same thing to this one. And then we update. Might need to do a reset there. I updated the right one, didn't I? Oh, I didn't set it to the right colors. Shoot, hold on. Button colors, scorecard, icon, base color. Scorecard, icon, top color, and button colors, scorecard, icon color. Now let's do a reset. All right, start round. Glasses are going back on. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of color. It is a lot of color. My goal is not necessarily to make it look like a rainbow, right? But just to be a little bit distinguished. I wonder if I give fairway and rough different colors too, and we really just lean into the whole rainbow thing. Penalty button should be a bit more red. I'd say that's been accomplished. Putting buttons could be blue. Definitely been accomplished. Throw in is purple. Absolutely accomplished. Question now is getting these to update. So on my button designs we're done with the icon for the moment. Back to the scorecard button. I'm already passing for dialogue. And if it's for dialogue, then I'm updating the size. Right here. So I also need to update the color. So if putting location contains widget labels or all labels dot putting putt distance options. Putt distance options contains every single one of them. Dot contains widget dot label. Adding that so that these are also that color. Beautiful. Alright, getting those to be consistent is going to be interesting. Penalty dialog. So pass new buttons to the dialogues, that's done. Now we need to make sure that, do the penalty and throw in ever change? The penalty is always at the bottom. I do add the basket though, that is important to note. Basket should probably be a different color as well. Do I want, it'd be kind of fun if T was a different color. If I were to go like the graphite light and graphite lightest. Static var scorecard T base color app theme colors dot graphite light, and then static var scorecard T top color is equal to app theme colors graphite lightest. Fairway and rough. Static var. There's a lot of colors. Scorecard fairway base color, static var scorecard fairway top color, scorecard rough base color, scorecard rough top color, scorecard basket base color, scorecard basket top color. Alright, now give me similar color sets, but one for green, one for brown, and maybe I'll make the basket one match those. Maybe that's silly. Scorecard icon top color. could be the basket top color. Icon base color could be. Oh, but I am changing the labels then. Yeah. Basket should be fun. I would like for it to be fun. I guess we can start with those. Forest green set. Come up here. And a warm brown. Cocoa. Okay, sure. Forest green refined dark, forest green refined mid, cocoa, cocoa brown refined dark, cocoa brown refined mid. What's a fun color set I could use to indicate disc going in the basket? Give me a couple options. Golden pop. I was kind of thinking of yellow, not an electric lime. Disco purple. Yeah, okay, we're losing me there. Let's try the golden. Gold dark. Seriously. Gold mid. Gold dark. Gold mid. And now, else if widget dot label is equal to all labels dot fairway. Else if widget dot label is equal to all labels dot rough. Else if widget dot label is equal to all labels dot basket. Else if widget dot label is equal to all labels dot t. Let's see what kind of mess we made now. That's brutal. Oh, it's not it. It's not it. I know that. This initial view isn't awful. I'm not immediately hating this. That yellow is bad. I think I want it to be an orange. Give me a bright and fun set for orange. A little bit more vibrant. Juicy, saturated energy. Yeah. I'll try this one first. Gold was not it. That still looks pretty yellow. What's this tangerine? I I like the zesty orange, but the mid is too yellow. The taking one look at this, I'm not a fan of the yellow. So we're gonna revise here. That might be better. Zesty orange dark. And then zesty orange mid. Reset. Let's give that a try. Kind of thinking that maybe just that yellow was really off-putting. I think it was. I think I like the orange quite a bit better. I mean, this is definitely something. It's definitely something. I want C1 and C2 to be at the top. So now what I should be able to do is this update options shown. Driving options, putting options. So I think I might just be able to adjust the order here. Putting options can still show the basket. C1 putt options, C2 putt options, C1, C2, fairway and throw-in. C1, C2, fairway, rough. Where are my penalty options? That's what I seem to be missing here. The T1 is kind of fun. I don't hate that. New lie after penalty. I don't need to change it because it is already showing what I want to, but this is the icon buttons. Show dialogue. More options content holder. Return more options content. Update penalty options shown. Here we go. C1, C2, fairway, rough tee. Okay. Okay, so I think that one's good. Here I just want C1 and C2 to be at the top. This is probably the order that should be in. All right, let's do a reset. Let's see if I fix the order there. So the goal now is to have C1 and C2 always at the top unless you're putting. Let's confirm a race. Start round, new round. Did not show them that way. Scoring options. Driving options. C1, C2, fairway, rough, penalty thrown. Round scorecard. Throwing options. Where do I set throwing options? Literally right there. If I complete a hole, now they're shown at the top. This is how I want it to look. I don't love the blue. This should just be driving options. Why did I even create this? All labels fairway. Fairway, rough, penalty, throw-in. This should just be all labels dot driving options. Absolutely. Do I need to make this a copy? Copy, deep copy 1D string, all labels dot driving options. just to be safe. May not be a bad idea. Let's go do that, just to verify that this worked. Resume round, erase, confirm erase, start round, new. So now the buttons aren't moving, except for when you're putting. And that's because I have to add basket, and I don't want to put basket down here. It's the most likely spot. I think that's okay. So I think the only thing I want to change is the blues. Ocean. I want these blues to be a bit more vibrant. I could also try, well, I already have the reds. Yeah. Ocean blue. Alright, we can try it. Let's do a reset. See if I can notice the change, if it's going to show me. It may not. Nothing there. Alright, let's hit resume. Yeah. I don't think that's bad. And now it only changes if they're putting. I guess we can go just make sure this isn't screwing anything up with the scorekeeping. Doesn't look to be. Looks to be good. And it shouldn't. I made that that note here, just not fully picturing in my mind how I was doing the scorekeeping, but seeing that I'm just adjusting labels and all I'm ever saving is the labels. I did make it pretty easy to change down the road. So this is good. C1 and C2 are always at the top. Throw in and penalty are always at the bottom. And so now the question just becomes, I completed all those tasks. Do I like the way it looks? I don't think I hate the color coding. I do like it. I think my skepticism is still with this area. I wonder if maybe if I make the back buttons match this, like maybe these are throwing things off a little bit too if I make them match the par background. What is my par background? It was that graphite light, I think. Par. Whole par background. I just set it in the style presets, which was graphite lightest. So let's we'll try this. I know what these are because they're my rounds background. So icon base color can be this, or top color can be the graphite lightest. Base color could be the app theme colors dot. Maybe just graphite. What is the rounds one? Black slightly lighter. And then this could be colors dot black. Let's give that a try. So trying to make these more match the par. do feel like I liked it better the way I had it previously. Maybe it's just this even. That's the score that's distracting me. Maybe I like it without that. Wonder if score total background color. I don't think I want it to be gray. Maybe I make it that same orange color. Maybe I grab scorecard basket top color. Maybe this is excessive and terrible, but it probably is. I'm grasping for something. Kind of a fun little link that it then translates to that, you know? I don't hate that. It's just a lot of colors. We can't go and add, I'm changing something, that's for sure. Updated redesign of the round shot logging view. I call it the round scorecard view, but I don't know if that's the most intuitive name for users. So maybe the round shot logging view. I feel like I'm not going to make a ton of progress just staring at it anymore. It's just a lot of color right now, and I think I might just need Michaela to either say, yeah, that looks okay, or you made a clown app, try again. We'll see. We will see. I might call it okay on those for right now. I'm going to call that good. I'm going to leave this task here just in case I need the reminder that I still need to think about this look. The color coded is okay. Like if I hide the top part, if I hide everything above this and I'm just looking at the buttons here, I don't think it's bad. Yeah. Yep. Do I want to do anything else at the moment? I don't think so. I think I might call the video here for right now. We've been at it for a little while at least. What did I start with? Started with the privacy policy stuff, testing some stuff on Android and the iPhone, adding our new tasks in for the database. I will add a note here, updated link to new privacy policy. already did the bug fixes for displaying the rounds. That was good. We made the improvements to those delete functions. That's right. And then we added these in. If it's the example round, nothing new there. We added the swipe in if needed. We added the update delete on courses, which now shouldn't do anything here, which is good. That fade on the 36 holes, which might be a nice touch. Maybe not. More bug fixes with the undo button. Yeah, that was a mess. And then jumped into screwing this whole thing up. I have the old code saved, obviously, with the last update, so it wouldn't be hard for me to revert, but I think it needed to be changed at least a little bit. It's definitely more fun. You can say that. This is more fun than the last few I had. I don't know if it's any better, if it's confusing, but it's more fun. So, yeah, decent amount of progress today. I'll have Michaela take a peek at this tonight, see if there are any recommended changes. If I make changes off video, obviously I'll walk through them in the next video. I touched base on wanting to have tapping this pull up a little brief scorecard. I might have ChatGPT throw together a rough function for that off screen or off video. I think I said it earlier. I think it could probably get 80% of the way there within a first go. So I might get a function created and placed into the app, and then I'll implement and refine that on video tomorrow maybe. And then we're probably going to jump right into implementing the rest of the Firebase backend for data tracking, testing that, and implementing some additional stats. So I think the goal might be in our video tomorrow to get pretty close to being done with all of these, so that after tomorrow, the next thing on my to-do list is the watch app. I do still have the goal to get C1x, almost said throw with the pros, to get C1x at least submitted for launch by my birthday, which is in little over 2 weeks. And looking at my list, the Firebase backend is coming very quickly. So it's basically going to boil down to how long it takes me to build that watch version. Hopefully not long. But man, we're close. We are close. Yeah, so that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. Try and do a little bit of work off video prior to that. But that's going to wrap it up for the video. As always, testing is still live. The last update did go out. Obviously, we've already got quite a bit of stuff in this new update. I will push out one more update before launch, at least one more. You can go to the C1x website. That'll be in the description down below. If you want to test and aren't already signed up, if you know other disc golfers that might want to join the test group, they can sign up there as well. It's just signing up for the email newsletter. And then I send out pretty regular email updates at least once a week that have the links to testing for both iOS and Android. When the app launches, it will also be on both iOS and Android. And hopefully it'll have a watch app coming along with it. I'll mark these videos as not being for kids on YouTube, so I'm probably okay saying that. Even if accidentally. Yeah. All right, I'm going to stop talking. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one.